Very cool.
Welcome to the SignWriting Stream. The SignWriting Symposium 2024. We have research presentations today. We have 4 in Portuguese and Libras. We have 1 presentation in Korean and English. And Val's going to end the day with a presentation. That's going to be in English, ASL, Portuguese, and Libras. It's going to be a great day.
Sorry. Okay.
Hi, Val. We're live.
Good
Welcome.
morning. Okay, and I wanted to tell people what Steve just said, okay? You said, good morning. That's what he said, okay? And my name is Valerie, as you know, Valerie Sutton. And welcome to the 3rd day. This is for research, right? And this is the symposium. And today there are many really nice presentations on research for sign writing. And I think, Steve, what did you just say? Can you say it? Tell us again, okay?
We have 4 presentations in Portuguese and Libras.
In Portuguese, spoken language, and Libras.
We have 1 presentation in Korean and English.
And not Korean. I think it's this. We have 1 presentation from, well, it's from South Korea, just so you know that. And I think the sign in ASL is this. Okay. And it's in English. And what was the other language?
It's spoken Korean and subtitled in English.
Spoken Korean, spoken language, and also in English. Okay. And then the next one is who?
Is going to be you.
Me. Oh my God. Yeah, I have some history videos that I answered questions. And it's really nice because it's been interpreted in ASL by Adam Frost and in Libras, Brazilian Sign Language, by Hovens. Okay, so now, good morning, and let's start.
All right. Our first presentation is about reading text in Libras sign writing by deaf academics, linguistic comfort and cultural identification.
Nice.
We actually have one of the presenters here.
The presenter here, right? Do they want, you want to show them? You want to talk with them, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, if he could turn on his camera and introduce himself. I have not set up my translation page yet.
Senesio. Yeah, there you go. Bravo. Nice to see you. We can't hear you. Do you speak? Oh, you're deaf. Okay. Let's see. So, do you want? Yeah, he has. Oh, see. Right up here. Mhm. Good name sign for you. Yeah. Oh, it's nice to meet you. So now, do you want us to show your presentation now? You want to see it? Or do you want to say, do you want to say something? No. Okay, let's just show it, Steve. Let's just
All right.
look at it now. We'll see. Yeah.
There's screen, share to.
There, it's going to start. Thank you. Thank you very much for the beautiful words. No. I think we're finished. I wanted to thank Sinesio for the beautiful saying thank you for sign writing. Hi, oh, it was wonderful. Thank you also. Thank you very much for the beautiful words. It's important, you're right. You did a beautiful presentation. Look. Sinesio for the beautiful saying thank you for sign writing. Beautiful. Oh, it was wonderful. Thank you also. I know that you're working about that in your presentation and analyzing it, right? Yeah. Very nice. And thank you for saying congratulations for 50 years. Thank you. Nice to know that you're using sign writing and that you get some good from that. Thank you. Thank you. So it's a beautiful presentation. Say hi to everyone you worked with, okay? Like Mariana, different people. Tell them, love you, love you. And Steve, he's sending you love. Steve, he just said that he loved you. That's good. Yeah. Ah, love, yeah. Yeah. And sign writing you love. So that's nice to know that. Wow. It's so good to see you. And I look forward to seeing you again. I will contact you later and tell you about the World Wide Web page. Okay? Later. Okay. Bye-bye. Very good.
All right. Next up.
Next one we're looking for now. Who is presenting next?
Next up, we have a phonological analysis of writing and sign writing of the KA or CA/SA lexicon through the SignPodal platform, a case study by Christian de Freitas Soares. All right, let me just get her presentation up and we can watch that next.
Okay, so we're going to see the next presentation is Brisson, is that right? I'm not going to read. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome.
All right, and I think we are ready. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very interesting lecture on analyzing data. I think it's called CASA. It's like a dictionary, maybe. And then went into sign, I guess, puddle, sign puddle, into the software and analyzed the data. I'm really looking forward to reading that presentation, not only here, but I want to read it in English and understand what they found in the analysis. And thank you, Steve, for developing sign puddle, because that's what they were using for their analysis. It's a very good program. It's wonderful. And thank you. And her name is Christiane, I think. But we didn't see you here, no? Okay. But later we can talk. Thank you for the presentation. It was nice.
All right, it looks like we have someone else in the Zoom. I'm not sure quite who it is, though.
Didn't know who was here, but we know the next one has to happen, right? There's one that's not on the schedule, right? It got changed.
No, I was wrong about that. It was a different presentation, so that was my fault. We still have all the ones on the.
Oh, we're not on with, okay. So there's a person who didn't get a chance to lecture then.
No, everybody got a chance. I just thought they weren't on the list, but they were.
Okay, honey, that's all right. We can talk about that later. So who is Samsung? SM. Who? Well,
I just presented the video. Oh,
okay. So this is Christiane, right? Okay. Oh, hi. I thought that maybe happened. That was a good presentation. I really enjoyed it. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, reading SignWriting and Steve and the research and with SignWriting and appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for saying that. We really enjoyed looking at your presentation, and I'm planning to read it more later. So I'll contact you, okay? And we can talk more about what you found. I look forward to that, and thank you for the presentation. Very nice. I love you too. Bye. That's nice. Really nice.
all right.
Well, there was a presentation that never was done on Monday, right? You did
Nope,
that.
I thought that was there hadn't been one, but that was just it that I missed.
Anna Homily, right?
She's coming up later. We have her on the list.
Okay, very good. Well, you tell me. So what's next? Daniele. Good.
Yeah, the use of sign writing and learning written Portuguese as a second language. Nice.
Sign right for teaching Portuguese as a second language, right? Is that what you said? I think. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Remember this beautiful book we had yesterday?
So many beautiful books you have, Val. It's so wonderful.
Oh, and also you, Steve, you need to get your copy. I need to send you the copy. Okay. Hi. You see, I'm looking at a TV and I'm looking at a phone and I'm looking at a computer.
All right, and here we go.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Danielle. It's really interesting research. And she's not here, right?
No,
No.
she's not.
Okay. Well, we can see you later at another time. I want to thank you for, well, you have two presentations in this symposium. Yesterday, as you know, was about Danielle's book. And today it was on research. And I believe Danielle said that she felt it was becoming more and more positive. And I was reading on the chat in YouTube, and people were asking about interpreters because there was no voice. So I told them that I think maybe later, like in next week, I can try to find some interpreters to help us put in a voice and sentences, like Portuguese, English, to explain some of the videos that have but only one language. Okay, so now, Steve, what's next?
All right. Next, we have the process of process of recording spelled signs with the use of the sign writing system.
Okay, they're talking about spelling, right?
Yes,
Yeah. Well, that's good. Are they here?
they are not here, but they have a video, so I can play the video.
Okay, that's good. So you show that. Looking forward to seeing that one.
And here we go.
Thank you. It was beautiful. Thank you very much. Love you. Wish I could see you here, but you're not here, but I want to thank you very much. It was a beautiful presentation. Don't you think, Steve?
It was, and what's really great is all the presentations have supporting material, which has more information about the authors, and some people have papers and their slides, and lots more information that we're going to get out there that people can check out, and it's really impressive.
That's right. For the people who don't understand Brazilian Sign Language, Libras, there was no voice on that video. So there was no way to put captions, right? But they already gave us papers that are written, and we're going to post that on the World Wide Web now, and you can read that as a support system. And then also, I want very much to ask someone to help me with interpreting some of the beautiful videos that have no voice. But we'll do that later. So thank you for the beautiful presentation. Look forward to reading your things. And it looks like it's an exciting research. Okay. So what's next, Steve?
Next,
Ah,
we have two systems of FSC, featural syllabographic characters.
Silo
Shongtae Kim.
characters, right. By Young Tae Kim from South Korea. Korea, wonderful. Is he here? No.
All right, let me get that video link.
Okay. Wish he could be here. Young Tae Kim. It's very interesting.
All right, and here we go.
He's typing on there. Okay. Hi. He's in the chat. No. Here.
하고 있고요. 서울에
Can you make it louder, Steve?
발표 제목은 시스템 오브 FSC예요. FSC는 자질 문자, 자질 특성을 가진 음절자를 뜻합니다.
What an interesting presentation.
It's an interesting presentation, and I have to explain that I've been on my phone looking at YouTube. And Young Tae Kim from South Korea is typing in English under the YouTube
What an
presentation.
interesting presentation.
Right, it's an interesting presentation, and I have to explain that I've been on my phone looking at YouTube. What's happening? And Young Tae Kim from South Korea is typing in English under the
One of us has it playing, Val. Interesting presentation.
So it's not an interesting presentation, and I have to explain.
All right, little technical difficulties, but we'll get this fixed. Let's see, so if Val can turn off whichever. Is fixed.
It's confusing. I wanted to communicate with Young Tae Kim. Okay.
See, so if Val can turn off whichever. So on one of your tabs somewhere, Val, you've got the YouTube stream up on your computer, it sounds like.
I don't know where it is.
Is fixed.
It's confusing. I guess I'll have to shut down. Communicate with Young Tae Kim.
All right, well. Val will figure this out and she'll come back on. Let's see, the last presentation that we have. Last presentation we have is actually going to be Val. She's going to answer 7 questions about sign writing history. Well, until she comes back, I think I will start playing her videos then. Hey Val, you're back.
I'm back, and is it doubling up at all?
I don't hear it yet, but you can never tell with YouTube.
I'm very sorry. I had it open in another place because I was trying to communicate with Young Tae Kim. Okay. Now, are we okay to talk, or I should wait?
It sounds like we were okay to talk. I don't hear the sound
I'm
doubling up.
sorry, everyone. It's so confusing. But my understanding is, can you understand me now? Is it okay? Okay. I'm talking in English and I'm using ASL signs. Yeah. And had a little communication with Young Tae Kim from South Korea. And he's typing in English, but he doesn't want to talk in English. I can understand that. I can't talk in Korean. No. So I understand that. And he showed a video. It was very interesting. Did you see it, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
And did you know that in in Korea in general, there have been people who have compared sign writing to Hangul, which is the writing system for writing the spoken language from Korea. And it's not because it's the same writing system. No, 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 no. But there is something in the linguistic world, and it's called featural. It's the idea that the written language in Korea has, they're sort of, would you say, describing some of the visual nature of their spoken language, and that sign writing has some things that you could compare like that too. So that's what he was talking about. Very interesting. I really want to read it right. I'm so sorry for my technical confusion. But thank you there was no sound. I don't know what happened. So we're going to have to work on that video.
Yeah, the sound was on there, was very late. That was my problem when I was sharing it. I didn't click a button to say share audio, so I apologize about that.
Okay, so we had, I'm really sorry, but we're going to go back and post on the World Wide Web, and it should become better and better and better after
Yes.
that. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and to all of the people who have presented today. So what's happening next?
Next is you, Val. We have 7 questions that Valerie answered.
That's true. So back in November, I guess, November 2023, Rubens, that's Rubens, Rubens in English, Rubens. I think I'm saying it right, I hope. Thank you to Rubens and to everyone from Brazil for asking me those questions. There were 7 wanting to know different history questions. So I said, oh, okay, I'd be happy to answer that. But it's easiest for me to just sit here and talk. So I sat and answered 7 questions way back in November, back in the fall of 2023. And then the answers became 7 different videos. And one of them is very long. So you're going to see that all 7 are here now. We're going to show you. And then Rubens and Adam Frost, they added their interpreting in sign language. So each video has 4 languages. And the 4 languages are first, my English, and second, that was put, of course, into captions, right? So there are English captions and my spoken English. And then there's Portuguese captions. And then they added 2 interpreters. There's Rubens for Brazilian Sign Language and Adam for ASL. So it's really fancy 7 videos, and it could take some time. So later I'm planning to post all the written documents for these 7 videos. So, okay, let's go forward.
Wait a second. That's not right.
No, I hope you can find them.
All right. Oh, wait, one last thing. Technical difficulties all around, but got it this time. Here we go.
Olá a todos! Eu sou o professor Rubens, trabalho no CAS. CAS, este é o sinal, que é um centro de atendimento a pessoas com surdez, que fica localizado aqui na cidade de São Luís, que é a capital do estado do Maranhão, Brasil. Eu sou professor de escrita de sinais pelo sistema Sutton SignWriting e ofertamos cursos de escrita de sinais para surdos. Eu e a professora Leia Cristina, este é o sinal dela, professora Leia, temos um projeto de produção de livros didáticos para os cursos presenciais. Nossa proposta é contextualizar a trajetória e a funcionalidade do sistema Sutton SignWriting por meio de entrevistas com referências na área. Por isso, este vídeo é uma entrevista com a maior referência na área da escrita de sinais no mundo. De quem estamos nos referindo? A Valerie Sutton, uma ex-dançarina estadunidense inventora do sistema. A entrevista foi organizada em 7 perguntas e, visando uma organização mais didática, disponibilizaremos uma playlist com 7 vídeos. Estes vídeos irão conter legendas em inglês, em português, além das traduções em Libras e ASL. Agora, apresento a professora Leia, que irá realizar a primeira pergunta. Logo em seguida, Valerie irá responder.
Como surgiu a ideia de escrever línguas de sinais?
Hello, my name is Valerie Sutton, and I believe the question is, how did the idea of writing sign languages come about? My answer to this question is a little complicated because there are 2 issues. There are many people in history who have tried to write sign languages. It certainly didn't start with me. But there's also sign writing, which is my invention. So I'm going to answer this question first, discussing what happened in the past with other people's inventions, briefly. And then, in a second page of answers, I'll try to respond to why and how I developed sign writing. To explain in general, there are a lot of languages in the world. Before the internet, it was hard for all of us to realize how big the world was. And can you imagine, even being a caveman or a cavewoman, people had ways of writing things on caves. We know that historically has been proven by researchers. All kinds of beautiful research has been done on the subject of language related to people from way back in time. We all evolved, and as we evolved, the languages evolved. But getting a writing system is a different story. Communication can be one-on-one, but how many languages are there? How many communication systems do we have in the world, and how many of them have writing systems? That's a big question. So in this answer, I'm going to discuss the fact that in current research and information that's on the internet at the end of 2023, I'm recording this video on November 20, 2023. And if one looks on the internet to find information, one finds that there are approximately 7,000 or 7,300 languages in the world today, as far as everybody knows. And around 7,000 of those are spoken languages, not signed languages. But there are, according to the World Federation of the Deaf and the United Nations, there are approximately 300 signed languages. Now, years ago, people didn't even think of sign languages as real languages. I know this because when I developed sign writing years ago in 1974 was the beginning of sign writing for me. I had no clue that there were so many sign languages in the world. In fact, in those days, most hearing researchers who didn't know sign language themselves, but who were excellent researchers for other reasons, they knew linguistics, they felt that languages had to be spoken, that they had to be sound-based languages, because they didn't realize that sign languages were real languages. So I came into the development of sign writing at a time when researchers were just finding out, just starting to acknowledge that maybe sign languages were real languages too. So this means that it was a very complex world, because hearing people had no choice but to base it on their own experiences, and so the researchers simply knew that there were spoken languages and were investigating the linguistics and had no idea that there were sign languages that also had grammar and structure and syntax. So way back in time, there were, of course, deaf people. And certainly nobody questions that. And a certain small number of people in the world are born into deaf families. And that means that the mother and the father are perhaps deaf, with perhaps a gene that might give them profound deafness from birth. And oftentimes their children are also deaf. And families that are born deaf oftentimes have sign language as their basic native language. And sometimes there are hearing people who are born into deaf families, and they also use sign languages as their native language, because they also were raised by deaf adults, and for them that's their natural native language. The fact that there are born deaf families started to be researched just around the time when I developed sign writing. So I came into the world of sign languages at a very wonderful, remarkable time, just as the hearing world in 1974 was waking up to the fact that there were languages that were not sound-based, but still had grammar and structure and sentences and a population that used the language. And those native signers, as they're called, or people who use sign language on a daily basis, are considered to be prime subjects for research, because a great many researchers learned from the native signers, or the signers who use sign language every day, that their language was rich, filled with great vocabulary and very beautiful poetry that was expressed by deaf people through their native language, but they never had a written form. So let's talk about the world before I came into it. I was born in 1951, and in 2023, I'm 72 years old. My invention, sign writing, started in 1974, and we're coming into 2024. And so you can see that it soon will be 50 years old. And this is a remarkable development, because I never thought that I would be sitting here right now and talking to the world about a 50-year-old invention. Sign writing really works and is used all over the world, and that's what my next message will be about. But right now, I want to explain to you that when I was born in 1951, I had no clue that there were people who use sign language on a daily basis. I was born hearing into a hearing family, and I did not have any background in deafness. In my case, I became a dancer, so I came from the movement notation profession into writing sign languages, which will be discussed next video. Therefore, I want you to know that what I have learned since that time, recently, is that there are 300 sign languages possibly in the world, maybe even more right now. And it's wonderful that they're acknowledged and counted. That's important, because before they weren't even acknowledged and counted. Now they are, and we know that they're valuable languages. And what has been obviously evident is that as technology has developed, we have all learned that we can communicate with each other if we use a computer or a cell phone or a tablet. And when we do that, how do we communicate with another country who, that a country that uses a different language than we do? Like, for example, I speak English, and I know in Brazil, people speak Portuguese. Well, how would I communicate with somebody in Portuguese if I didn't know Portuguese, which is true? I go up to Google Translate. You, I'm sure, have heard of it today, but can you imagine in 1951, there were no personal computers. The internet may have existed for the military or something, but that was never, widely distributed in the world. So I had no clue that there were any kinds of other languages that I could translate easily. This is an important point, because today we take it for granted that we can put something, let's say an English paragraph, into Google Translate, and then I can push the button for Portuguese, and whoops, here's Portuguese. Actually, I can't be sure it's correct because I can't edit it because I don't know Portuguese, but I can still paste that document in Portuguese based on my own English, and I can paste it into a text and send it to somebody today, only to find they can read it. Hey, I just communicated with somebody in another country. Imagine that. That could never be done when I was a child. So I'm trying to explain to you that we are very fortunate today. We have a lot of technology, but it has also exposed the fact that there are power bases in the world. All the countries that have a spoken language that can be translated in a service like Google Translate or other programs that also do translation. Those translation programs are all based on the fact that some spoken languages are very powerful because they are used more than other spoken languages, and they have a writing system. So then programmers can program the writing system to work in Google Translate. This means that let's take the language Portuguese and English, and of course Spanish and so many other powerful languages. They're powerful because they have a way to be translated between countries, and also in politics. The countries that are ruling the world are the ones that can be translated in Google Translate. And I bet you think that sounds silly, but it isn't silly. That's where the power lies, is in the writing systems. And it's my understanding, after looking on the internet for the information, they don't believe, the researchers, that more than around 300 languages have any written form at all. And out of the 7,000 that I told you about of the spoken languages, only around 300 of those 7,000 languages have writing systems that are well known. There may be individuals who've developed their own writing system for a language we don't know well, but those are not being programmed in Google Translate. So I believe that power lies in writing. And when I started working in Denmark in 1974, I found out very fast that it was a writing system that mattered for any language if you wanted to learn it. I was an American girl and I needed to learn Danish, and I did. I'm proud to say I was even able to speak it for a while. it's been many years since I've been in Denmark, but there was a time when I was thinking and dreaming in Danish, and I loved being in Denmark and becoming a part, as much as I could, of the Danish culture. But in the process, I had to use dictionaries. I mean, what else would you do in those days? Because we didn't have cell phones. They didn't exist yet. We didn't even have credit cards yet. Everything was just really, really different. And I had to learn Danish. So how would I do it? I would buy a beautiful Danish dictionary between Danish and English, or English and Danish. I had both of them, of course. And then I would look up a sentence and I would find out how to say something that I wanted to say in Danish, and then I would memorize it. Now, all of that was based on the fact that I had a writing system for English, my native language, and a writing system for Danish, the language that I was trying to learn. If I had not had a writing system for both languages, how could I learn them unless I knew somebody personally who would be my private trainer, and that I didn't have. So I would get on the bus, and in Denmark, going somewhere, right? And I would see a sign on the bus that said, which said something like, "Don't stand up while the bus driver is talking," or so, whatever it said. I remember I memorized this sentence, and I looked up every word, and I kept saying that sentence to myself, even in the middle of the night, and I slowly learned how to speak Danish, all based on the fact that the Danish spoken language and the English spoken language use the same alphabet. The Roman or Latin alphabet, as you may want to call it, is one of the many writing systems in the world that bring people together. So what brought the idea of writing sign languages? Well, not only that experience that I just told you about, which I, as I said, will explain further, but there's also the fact that there are those who are born into deaf families or who use sign language on a daily basis. And all of those people that go back from the beginning of the human race have had a need to write down their language too, because sign languages are real languages. So how did they do that? Did they write? Yes, they did. This is my point, which is that there isn't just one writing system for sign languages in the world. Certainly, sign writing is the only one that I know of that's used in 40 to 60 countries at this time. And it is the only one that I know of that can write all sign languages, because it's a form of an alphabet that can write what we see or what we feel, so it can technically write any sign language. All of that may be true, but back when people, for example, were developing deaf education with sign language in France at the time of Gallaudet or Gallaudet, there were people who were writing sign language. It's just that they were never accepted. They tried. There were some people who were very upset that it wasn't accepted. There is a history. But the school system for the deaf have been very difficult because they're under pressure by hearing people to make sure that deaf people can read and write a spoken language. And so reading and writing sign language was a frightening event in deaf education for many hearing educators who were worried about the fact that born deaf people may never learn to read and write a spoken language if they were allowed to write their own language, sign language. This, of course, is a false premise. Everybody, I believe, is intelligent enough to learn two languages, at least in most cases. And one can learn how to read and write one language and read and write the other language and still not lose either language. In fact, reading and writing your native language, even if it's not a well-known language, can help anybody then translate into the spoken language that you want to learn. So sign writing and other writing systems for sign languages are definitely positive experiences and something very valuable for anybody, so that they also can be translated. So what brought about the idea of writing sign languages? Well, I suspect anybody who uses sign language has had that idea in their head probably from the beginning of their lives and also since the beginning of the human race. So I would like to say that sign languages have been written in the past and there's documented history which I can provide you. But the real question in this question was why and how sign writing began. I suggest that you go to the next video and I will answer that question. Thank you very much.
Oh, Val, that was really nice.
There are 6 more. Doesn't it continue? Oh, you have them separate. Okay. Fine. I thought they were connected.
Nope, I gotta load them up one at a time.
Oh, you have to put them on one at a time. Okay.
All right.
I noticed someone in the chat wanted to have it in the Spanish spoken language later. I said, okay, we'll do that.
All right, here's video number 2.
Conte-nos também sobre a história da escrita de sinais na década de 70.
Hello, my name is Valerie Sutton and welcome to my kitchen. I live in La Jolla, California, and I'm 72 years old. Today is November 20, 2023. I was born in 1951 in New York City, and my family moved to California when I was a young girl. California had a profound influence on the invention of sign writing. Of course, at the time, I had no idea. At age 9, I asked my mother if I could possibly become an actress and go to Hollywood. Ooh, everybody wants to do that when you're a little girl. But instead, my mother said, I could give you some professional ballet training. There's a wonderful studio in Laguna Beach, California, where you can train with some of the best people and you'll become a dancer. So that's what happened. I went into professional ballet training at age 10 with the Lila Zali Ballet School in Laguna Beach. And I should explain that professional ballet training is not exactly the same as taking a little bit of this or that. It's working every day, going to class, as they call it, which is teaching your body to do some really amazing things. And I went on to Point about age 12, and I wanted very much to be a professional ballet dancer. But as time went by, when I was 16, I became fascinated by the idea of writing dance. And this is where the story really begins. I invented Sutton dance writing. It's a way to read and write body movement. And it's not based on anything having to do with deafness or sign language at all. I knew nothing about that world. I was in the dance world, in the music world, in the performing world. And I loved it, of course, but for me, it was better to start using some of the talents that I was apparently born with, which was to look at movement and write it down. I was inspired by Arthur de Saint-Léon and other writing systems that already existed. There's nothing new under the sun, everybody, and there is a way to read and write dance in many different parts of the world with different writing systems. So it wasn't that this was a unique or different idea to write dance, but what was different was that I tried to apply my love of animation and the fact that little visual frames can turn into a film. I was fascinated by that idea, which I got inspired by Walt Disney and his development of cartoons, which may seem like a funny thing to say, but it isn't. It's very, really at the basis of sign writing. I invented first a way to write dance movement based on the fact that if you took stick figures and put them at the corner of a book, you know, like every page you put another stick figure, and then you flip the book so you can see the pages going, you can see a moving film just by yourself doing that on a little book. And I got inspired by the idea that I could take a stick figure and either put it under the notes of the music so that people would know what to do under certain counts, or I could just put them from left to right with the counts like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 up above, and it moved like an animated film. That was where I came from in my heart. And I was 16 and I was invited to choreograph a dance for a school play, and I wrote it down in my attempt at a writing system at age 16. And when that happened, it changed my life. Because even though I had wanted to be this great performer and all that, the truth was I loved writing dance. So as I grew up, I became a skilled dancer, enough to be able to be invited to perform. And I went to Denmark at age 19, Copenhagen, Denmark, because there was a world seminar with famous ballet dancers teaching students. And I studied in this seminar in the summer of 1970. I was 19. I was all alone, without any family members, but I was also blessed that my family members made this possible. And over time, I decided to stay in Denmark, and I did not leave. Even though I had arrived just to be there for the summer of 1970, instead I lived there for 2 years, until 1972, and I chose to study the Bournonville dance method that is very famous in Denmark. The Royal Danish Ballet is a very famous company, and they were trained and used a method of dance called Bournonville. And I contacted one of the leading experts on what they called the Bournonville schools and asked her to give me private lessons so that I could write the Bournonville schools in my dance writing system. And so I recorded the Bournonville schools, and later those became published books, which you can find on both dancewriting.org and signwriting.org. So at that time, at age 19 through 21 or so, I was writing dance. And this development created a brand new world, because the Danish people had never written their dances down at that time. Later on they did, but I'm just saying that they didn't at that time. And so I stimulated historically the idea that the Bournonville schools should be preserved and written down on a piece of paper before they were forgotten. Because in those days, dancers just danced and nobody really learned to read and write it. And so it was going to be forgotten if somebody didn't write it down. So I'm grateful I did what I did. And in 1974, I had published my first textbook on Sutton dance writing. It was called Sutton Movement Shorthand at the time. And that book can be downloaded on the web. dancewriting.org and signwriting.org has links to it. That first book used stick figures to record the way the body looks, then relating it to the timing of the music that's involved, and you have a written form that a lot of dancers could read without too much education, because there have been other writing systems for dance that are really complicated looking, and this looked very visual. And in 1974, a copy of my textbook was given to Fleming Flint, who is the director of the Royal Danish Ballet at that time. And he invited me to come to Denmark to teach Sutton dance writing to the Royal Danish Ballet dancers, since the whole writing system had really been developed to record the Danish dances. So he felt the Danish dancers should learn it. Well, of course, this was an enormous honor. I arrived in Denmark in the spring of 1974, and there were some newspaper articles about the fact that I was going to be teaching the Royal Danish Ballet dance writing. And these newspaper articles showed that I had a writing system that could write body movement in general. And I received a telephone call from the University of Copenhagen from a researcher named Lars van der Liet. And Lars and his team worked at a center in the university that has a really long Danish name, that worked with deafness and deafness research and sign language research, and also hearing diagnostics for deaf people. It was a very beautiful department at the University of Copenhagen, and I was also invited by others to present both dance writing and later Sutton movement writing, which is general gesture writing, to several other groups as well. Each presentation brought about the use of Sutton movement writing in Denmark. Regarding the University of Copenhagen, I started a job there. They actually offered me a position, and in the fall of 1974, I was teaching both the Royal Danish Ballet how to read and write dance, and I was also at the University of Copenhagen. And two very different environments, believe me. As a dancer, it's nothing to do with the University of Copenhagen. So when I would arrive at the University of Copenhagen and I did my presentation, it was so exciting. And there were a bunch of researchers sitting in a row, and they were saying, can you apply this to writing videos of deaf people signing? And I said, I don't see why not. I've never thought of it, but I'd be delighted to try. And then they said, can you also write the gestures of hearing people and what they do when they're talking to each other? When they gesture just because they're talking, not because they're using sign language. Can you write that? I said, yes, I'm sure I can. Well, then could you do this as a research project with us? And this was Jan Engor Petersen, a researcher of the times who was studying the hearing people's gestures and trying to figure out, yeah, sign languages are probably different than that, but let's see, can we write the difference? That was what I was hired for. So I arrive at the university and they give me this beautiful little office. Oh, it was such an honor. And in those days, this is 1974, did you know that we did not have personal computers yet? No. And even though Denmark was always way ahead of everybody else, no. There was personal computers really weren't in the world yet in 1974. They may have existed in research labs, but I did not have that in my office. But we also didn't have video machines like we do today, or phones, of course, that make videos now. But in those days, the actual video that they had to show me of the gestures I had to write were on a reel, like a reel of tape, like that. And then they connected that to a little TV screen. So I would watch a video of five hearing people who were Danish, speaking Danish, spoken language, with sound only, but they were sitting on a couch, all discussing something. And they were using gestures sort of like I'm doing right now. And I wrote down their gestures by watching that video many times over. And then they gave me a video also, totally separate, of deaf people in Denmark who use Danish Sign Language, DSL, and I wrote those gestures. And then I had documents, and I was writing completely by hand, I assure you, because in those days we didn't have any computer programs for writing sign writing at the time. All I had to do was look at these gestures and look at the Danish Sign Language of true language. And how could anybody even begin to think that they were the same? I just immediately saw that Danish Sign Language was a language. You could tell everybody had real communication going and they were saying things to each other that nothing like the hearing people who were simply gesturing because they were sitting there and getting emotional over something. So I got it all written down by hand, and then I went into the lab and I told Lars van der Liet and the researchers that I had something to show them. And I showed them the two documents, comparing the two, and I immediately said to them, I believe that Danish Sign Language is not only a real language, but that it should be written. And I just wrote it, and it feels like we could make a writing system that would work, and it's all based on body movement, so you don't have to know the language to be able to write it, because my writing system is based on writing body movement without judgment. So we write what we see and what we feel. And I would like your permission to go to the Danish Deaf Clubs here in Copenhagen and get to know people and show them the sign writing document to see what they think. Well, the reaction was fascinating. This is 1974. This was before sign languages were established as real languages in the rest of the world. The first thing they said, which was a wonderful thing, was, Valerie, we want to give you a book by Dr. William Stokoe, who's also an American, who is at Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C., and here is his book in which he has proven that sign languages are real languages, that they are truly language. But before this time, before Dr. William Stokoe, we all thought that it was not. We thought languages had to be spoken, had to be sound. So Dr. William Stokoe has already established that it's a language, and he also has a way to write in the back of his book. So of course I hadn't seen this before, because remember, I was a dancer. I knew nothing about the deaf world, nor did I have any connection with linguistics whatsoever. I was a movement notator. So I said, wow, let me look at this. Of course I was thrilled. I had no idea that Dr. Stokoe was in the world, and later on I actually presented with him at a conference. It was such an honor. So it's not that I didn't get to know him later, but this was how I started. You wanted to know how sign writing began? This is how it began. I was 23 years old, and I was learning about the deaf world. So I said, I see this is based on linguistics, the Stokoe writing system, but I'm basing mine on body movement, and I'm a movement notator where his is a linguistically based writing system. So they're two very different things. So let's see what happens. If you could help me get to the Deaf Club, I would be grateful. And I was blessed, and they took me there. But boy, they made me put cotton in my ears, and I had never been deaf myself, so they thought that would teach me what it's like to be deaf. Of course it didn't. All it did was make it harder for me to read the lips of the Danish language, which I was also learning. But it wasn't really deafness. It just simply pointed out to me that life isn't easy for anybody who's deaf, and I know that. I just couldn't experience it because I wasn't born that way. But when I arrived at the Deaf Club, again, it was a big honor. I had to get adjusted to a new world, but they were wonderful to me. Everybody was very accepting, and I showed them my sign writing document based on the video I had written, and they were reading it. They were reading it. I'm not saying that they said it was perfect. They didn't. And I'm not saying that I had a perfect experience, because I felt frustrated when a couple of things they couldn't read, which helped me go back to the drawing board and make it better. And after that experience, I realized that sign writing would be the name of this writing system, because I already had dance writing. We were calling it Sutton Movement Shorthand and Sutton Movement Writing, but the name dance writing had already started in 1974. And so I called my new invention sign writing. This was absolutely me who chose to do this, because the researchers, who were just wonderful, felt that it would be a failure. They told me that they didn't think that anybody would want to read and write sign language, period. Even though they know Dr. Stokey had his linguistic-based system, and that I'm saying that I could have a movement-based system, they didn't think it was necessary. All that mattered to them as researchers was to be able to record their research, but they didn't think of it as some kind of writing system for the ages. So I had to accept the fact that Lars had said he didn't think it was necessary, but that's okay, because within just a few years, 1982, I was back working in Denmark, and the written system called Sutton Sign Writing was used in the Danish school system from 1982 until 1988. And deaf children were reading and writing sign language as beautifully as anybody would ever want. They were truly bilingual, with Danish spoken language and Danish sign language written side by side, and sign writing gave them their writing system. And at that time, Lars van der Liet said to me, "Well, Valerie, you proved me wrong, but I'm glad you did, because the Danish school system is really using sign writing." So, just to go back to how sign writing began, when I was in this deaf club in Denmark, I met a few famous Danish deaf people, and those people I ended up working with for years. And by the way, even at my old age of 72 in 2023, I have had contact with many of these Danish deaf and hearing people whom I worked with back in 1974. Can you believe that the world is continuing? When you get older, you think, oh, I guess it's all over, but it's not. Sign writing will be 50 years old in 2024, because 1974 was its starting point. And I helped the researchers write their data that they needed from their videos, and I completed my course of dance writing at the Royal Danish Ballet in 1974. I then returned to Denmark in 1975 and worked again with the University of Copenhagen to write more data for their research. And in 1978, I believe, Jan Engård Pedersen published his research with sign writing showing the data. I then published small booklets, one of them examples of a Danish deaf sign language, which shows the notation that I did for them in the research lab. And I also published the Bournonville schools in the dance writing world, and we also published other things like, I worked with a researcher named Rolf Kuschel, who is quite famous in Denmark for having researched the sign language of a deaf person on a South Pacific island. And he took videos of that deaf person's language, and then he came back to Denmark in the research lab, and we met, and he asked if I could write down the movements from video of the deaf person on the South Pacific island. And of course I said yes. And so I have a booklet now showing how I wrote the movements of this deaf person signing. He was the only deaf person on the island because he was the son of the chief, and the chief of that tribe didn't want him to be killed, but other deaf children were not allowed to live. So he was the only deaf child in the whole place. And must have been rough, right? And his sign language was very, the whole body, you know, including squatting and everything else. So I wrote that, and I also have that up online for you to look at. But that was more almost like movement writing in a sense, because the whole body was involved. He even sat on the ground, and I had to write the sitting on the ground because it was a part of the language. It was his way of showing different things. So I did many things, and while I was in Denmark in the 1970s, I also was hired by Rigshospitalet, which is a hospital in Denmark, and there was a psychologist who asked me to write from video the movements of an autistic child compared to the movements of his brother who was not autistic. And so we used certain movement writing to write gesture and to show the differences between autism movements and what they would consider normal movements. So I have all these documents. I even wrote physical therapy. I can't remember. Oh, and then I wrote mime. I taught Sutton dance writing at Tivoli Gardens. There's a pantomime theater, the pantomime theater, where people have performed pantomime and ballet on stage at this beautiful park called Tivoli Gardens. They perform there every summer, and I was hired to write the movements of some of the mime that was done on stage, but also to train the ballet dancers who worked at the pantomime theater how to read and write dance. And we actually sat on a raked stage. I don't know whether you know what a raked stage is, but it's a stage that slants so that people in the audience can see people down at the bottom of the stage. They can see people up at the upper part of the stage by the rakes. Instead of having the audience slant, it's the stage that's slanted. So I actually based a lot of my invention later on the raked stage concept, and that you will notice throughout dance writing and sign writing. I was also working with a mime artist from Circus Benevice, which was across the way from Tivoli Garden, where an American mime artist, Robin Merman, was performing mime, and he and I worked together to create a book on writing Sutton mime writing. So by the time the 70s drew to a close, I had invented Sutton dance writing, Sutton sign writing, Sutton movement writing, Sutton mime writing, and we also worked with physical therapy and writing facial expressions of a mother relating to her child while she was nursing the baby. That was fascinating. That was also at Rigshospitalet, at the hospital where the psychologist was, who asked me to write the autistic child. That was another project. In the 1980s, everything changed because I had already been teaching Sutton dance writing for 4 years at the Boston Conservatory of Music's dance department in Boston. And when I was in Boston, I knew I had this sign writing system from Denmark, and what was I going to do with it in the United States? I wanted to share it with people so that we could find out if it would be useful to far more than just Denmark, because it can write any sign language, so why not? So it just happens that the Boston Conservatory of Music is a beautiful college that is located in a part of Boston that is right near Northeastern University. So I got out at lunch once and walked down the street to Northeastern University in Boston. And Northeastern University is famous for a Department of Sign Language Research. There was Dr. Harlan Lane at that time, who was very well known in the research world. And I was blessed to meet Dr. Judy Shepard Kegel, K-E-G-L, at the university, Northeastern University. And I was able to show Dr. Kegel, Judy, my sign writing work from Denmark, and she so kindly invited me to present at the Linguistic Society of America, and the presentation was actually held at MIT, that's Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And I thank you, Judy, forever, because you did so much for me to be able to show people for the first time in the United States sign writing. So that was the way sign writing began in the United States, is because Judy Shepard Cagle invited me to present in Boston. And when we did that, it changed my life because all kinds of things started to happen. In 1977, during this time that I was at the Boston Conservatory of Music in the dance department teaching dance writing, sign writing started to blossom. And in 1977, I presented Sutton sign writing at a conference with Dr. Stokey. He and I stood on the same stage and we compared our writing system in front of everybody. It was an exciting event in 1977. I will put links for you. And then also in 1977, I believe I was at the National Theater of the Deaf, and in Connecticut they had a summer program, and I taught sign writing there and some dance writing to the performers. And that's where I met some famous deaf people, Linda Bove and from Sesame Street, and especially Bernard Bragg, with whom I worked with later. So that's the very beginning of sign writing in the United States, and we started writing American Sign Language. And in the early 80s, I started a new era where I returned to California, and with my nonprofit organization, the Center for Sutton Movement Writing, we started writing the Sign Writer newspaper. I hired 10 native signing people. I think 8 of them were deaf, born deaf, and 2 of them were hearing. They were born into deaf families though, and they were native signers. And we wrote the first newspaper in history written in the movements, the body movement of sign languages. It was mainly written in American Sign Language, but we did have some articles in Danish Sign Language. And that era I will tell you about in another video. Thank you for listening to the early development of sign writing.
I love learning the history, Val. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, well, thank you. You've been listening. Was it anything new for you that you didn't know before? It's a lot. It's a lot.
I knew most of it, but there's lots of pieces in there that I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's great. Wow.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for listening to such a long video. Well, now the next one also is the 1980s, I think. So we've done 2, so we're on the 3rd video now, I guess.
We are. Question number 3.
Yeah.
Conte-nos também sobre a história do SignWriting na década de 80.
My name is Valerie Sutton, and this video is also about sign writing history, but in the 1980s. The first video asked, how was sign writing developed? How did it begin? And I discussed the history of sign writing in Denmark, which is where sign writing began. But in the late 1970s, I moved to Boston to teach Sutton dance writing at the Boston Conservatory of Music's dance department. And then I was able to meet Dr. Judy Shepard Cagle and presented sign writing for the first time in the United States to the Linguistic Society of America. What an honor, and it was held at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And that was the beginning of my presenting sign writing in the United States, but not really working with people yet who were deaf or sign language experts. At that time, I was just presenting the idea to other countries other than Denmark, and was blessed to present in 1977 with Dr. William Stokey at a conference in Chicago. And I also was able to work with the National Technical Institute for the Deaf in 1979 for 6 months as a consultant on the technical signs manuals books where they use sign writing for that purpose. And I also worked with actors such as Bernard Bragg and Linda Bowe at the National Theater of the Deaf in Connecticut. All of those events were important to sign writing, but what really mattered was in 1981, a wonderful writer named Nancy Ellen Wu started the first newspaper that you could pick up and read, and we called it the SignWriter newspaper. And then in 1982, it officially began as a research project with our nonprofit organization called the Center for Sudden Movement Writing, which was located in California. And I moved back to California and I ran this out of our house. And we collected small amounts of money through the nonprofit as donations to pay to hire born deaf individuals or people who were native to American Sign Language but were born into deaf families but were possibly hearing. We had 2 hearing staff members and around 8 deaf staff members. And what did they do? I gave them the symbols of sign writing and said, here, look at this. Now you know your language, I don't know ASL, you know ASL, please write your language. That was a really interesting experience because first of all, we had no computers. This was 1981, 1982. And as you may know, the real personal computers started around 1984, 1985. It's not that they didn't exist. There was the Commodore and the Atari. Do you remember these old machines? But the truth is, most people didn't even know about personal computers until around 1984. So our SignWriter newspaper project was written by hand with ink pens, and our beautiful deaf staff members wrote articles in the SignWriter newspaper. And this, we did a tabloid that was big, and the tabloid size, 20 pages, written by hand with ink pens, and most articles were in American Sign Language, and they wrote about, you know, events in the community, etc., all written in the movements of American Sign Language for the first time in history. But we also had some articles from Denmark, from my old friends who knew sign writing in Denmark, and that was also a wonderful experience. That happened later, in about mid-1980s. 1981, 1982 was the beginning of us applying the symbols to really writing the language. And you would think that it would have been easy, but it wasn't. It actually was hard to take symbols that were in general fine for writing the movements, but applying them to languages that had never been written before. And even though the deaf people we hired were some of the very best, who later went on to be quite well known, even though that was the case, it was hard for them to write their native language. They had never written it before. They were always told that they had to read and write English, so they were never allowed to write it. Nonetheless, they had no way to write it anyway, so this was a brand new experience, and they felt really frustrated because they were so used to writing English because the school system had been, you know, encouraging that, of course, that they found it hard to apply it to their language. And then we were lucky to get the donation of a printing press that chose to print the SignWriter newspaper for free for us as a donation to our nonprofit. And they printed 11,000 copies of the SignWriter newspaper, and then they also paid for the postage. This is just amazing, to send it all over the world. And we sent out 11,000 copies of a newspaper written in the movements of sign languages for four years. And it went 4 times a year. So every 3 months, it was a quarterly, 20 pages long. And we chose to write in different formats. We chose to write full body, we called it, when we had all of our stick figure and the whole body. And then we chose to write some articles in what we called handwriting, which was more like what we do today, by the way, which is just the hands and the facial expressions, but we don't always use the whole body in the handwriting, as we called it. And we also tried writing in shorthand. I developed a way to write at speed where we would write really, really fast, you know. And we used to take notes in classrooms very quickly. No matter what, we had a wonderful time. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life. And a lot of people were really shocked by it because they had never, I mean, they received the newspaper in the mail because they were on the mailing list for Gallaudet University, for example. And so everybody at Gallaudet had the big newspaper and were reading it and trying to figure it out. You would think that everybody would say, oh, I can't read that, looks hard. Instead, we got letters back written on pieces of paper by people who knew American Sign Language, writing back to us in American Sign Language using the sign writing system of that time, based on just looking at the newspaper and figured it out and wrote us a letter. I thought that was one of the most remarkable experiences in my life, because would you have really expected somebody to write back when they had never had training in it? The reason this worked is because it looks a little bit like the human body, and that's the visual nature of writing with the movement notation system that I developed. It's writing the way it looks and feels, and not writing rules about grammar yet. We weren't quite there yet. Later on, we got into grammar rules. But at the time, we didn't have the grammar rules. We just were lucky to be able to write anything at all. We even got some angry letters from linguists saying, you shouldn't be doing this. You people aren't important enough. But I can read it. And by the way, you put this grammar wrong. You should have put this sign here because then it would make a better sentence in ASL. You know what that meant. That meant they could read it. And that's what mattered to me, because I knew that even though I didn't know American Sign Language, I could give them the tools, and then they could write their own language, and they could do the arguing amongst each other as to what the grammar should be. And that's the way it should be, because I have no right to tell anybody how to sign. I am only a little person who developed some symbols that shows the visual nature of the language. And that's exciting, but that also means that we can apply it to write any sign language in the world. So, after around 1983 or so, and we were still writing, and this newspaper was getting exhausting because we had to turn in articles, you know, every 3 months. It was a big job. I finally hired some of our old deaf friends from Denmark who already knew sign writing for another reason, which I will get to next. And they wrote some articles in Danish Sign Language. So we even had some newspaper articles in 4 languages: English, Danish, Danish Sign Language, and American Sign Language. And that was truly historic. So now, how come I knew so many Danish people who knew sign writing? Because in 1982, right around the same time of the SignWriter newspaper, we sent newspapers to Denmark. That 11,000 copies that we got donated to us, I sent back to Denmark. And Britta Hansen, who is my wonderful boss from that time period, she read the newspaper and she contacted me and said, Valerie, please come and teach us. We're interested, because we are COSI, which stands for KC, for Communication Center in Copenhagen, where they were doing research on sign language, and they wanted to read and write Danish Sign Language. So the very people I had met at the Deaf Club in previous years in the 70s, when I was working at the University of Copenhagen, those same wonderful deaf people were working at COSI. And I and Britta Hansen and Anne-Grete Petersen and Olaf Faustrup and a lot of other people helped us write books, and Bente Sparholm, and they wrote video of Danish Sign Language using sign writing, and all of this was done by hand or by putting ink, or we had wax paper, like transfer sheets, and we'd put them down on the paper and rub on them, and symbols would come up. So we had ways of getting the symbols onto the page, but we ended up with a bunch of beautiful books from Denmark in written Danish Sign Language. I had the experience of my life. I taught teachers of the Danish school system how to read and write signs with sign writing. For around 4 weeks, we had an intensive program. I trained them. We did what we called certification, which simply meant that they had passed their exams and they knew how to read and write. And they went on to teach a whole generation of deaf children in Denmark. From 1982 to 1988 was really, I think, the first time that there had been a written form for a sign language actually taught in the deaf schools, especially in Denmark. And I also later on was able to come back and forth between the United States and Denmark. And I was able to visit these deaf schools and to see how beautifully the Danish deaf children were reading and writing their sign language. I'll never forget being welcomed by the Aarhus School for the Deaf. The Aalborg School for the Deaf. And that's AALBORG, School for the Deaf. They were so kind to me and welcomed me just really beautifully, and I got off the train and there they were waiting for me, and all these deaf children and all these teachers of the deaf, and I went from room to room. It was like a moment of magic where each room was using sign writing in a different way. There was sign writing all over the walls, and even one classroom had children who had a whole myriad of physical issues and were not just deaf, in other words, but also had other issues. And they were reading and writing sign language too. So there was an era in Denmark when Danish Sign Language was considered an equal language to Danish spoken language. And it was written with sign writing. And then their world changed. And I must explain this. From 1982 to 1988, sign writing was used in the Danish school system. That was also the time when sign languages were considered equal languages. But as history goes, there are always changes in deaf education. And tragically, that's the way I see it, the Danish school system changed so that they only required cochlear implants to be implanted in deaf children, and slowly sign language education was banned so that they only now have cochlear implanted deaf people. And I don't quite know how their educational system functions, but Danish Sign Language is no longer taught. So of course, if you don't teach Danish Sign Language, there's no reason to read and write it. On the other hand, we had those years, 82 to 88, in which we proved it could be done. And I'm just going to express that I love Denmark and I love Danish Sign Language. And I hope that it will continue to be written, and I hope to write more of it in the future. I want to thank everybody who worked with me in those years. And the 1980s was also quite remarkable for one last reason, which is the development of the SignWriter computer program and the software development that absolutely changed the world. Sign writing is all over the world now because of the fact that we developed, Richard Glee specifically, the SignWriter computer program. It started with SignWriter Apple IIe and SignWriter Apple IIc, and then moved on to MS-DOS, to SignWriter DOS. And we could type 17 fingerspelling keyboards of different countries. We could type any sign language in the world with the SignWriter computer program. It spread throughout Brazil starting around 1996 because we started on the internet in 1996. And Antonio Carlos da Rocha Costa brought the SignWriter computer program and other developments to Brazil. So then from the SignWriter computer program in the 2000s began SignPuddle and other programs like SignBank. But no matter whether it's SignWriter DOS or SignBank or SignWriter Java or SignPuddle or all the new animation programs that are being developed now. No matter what the software development, it is because of the software development that SignWriting spread around the world. And as soon as it was at the fingertips of every computer user, no matter what the generation, SignWriting spread. And whether the deaf school system in Denmark continued using sign language at all was not the point. The point was that because of Denmark, I'm so grateful to the 1970s and 1980s that they gave me that chance to develop it with beautifully intelligent people who believed in sign languages as real languages. So I thank you for listening to the history of SignWriting, and there's a lot more, but at least you get the picture that it was the spreading of the writing system with computers and other technology that brought it to the world. And it is now being used in over 60 countries. We have documents of different sign languages being written. Also, I want to say that even if a school system stops using sign language and only is oral, the truth is that all sign languages continue anyway as natural native languages of the families who have the born deaf gene or have people with deafness in their family. Sign languages do not stop just because school systems cannot use them. Sign languages will always continue, especially because they are now written languages. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Write to me anytime, Sutton@signwriting.org.
Another great video, Val.
Oh, well, thank you. I got kind of interested in it. I was actually, wow. These are long videos. I hope you can continue, though. It's important. There's the next one. We did 3, right?
Yep, this is number 4.
Number 4, okay.
We're going through all 7. This can be great.
Aw, you're so nice.
All right. Any slight technical difficulties, but we are ready.
Okay.
Como posso escrever qualquer língua de sinais com o sistema Sutton SignWriting?
Hello, my name is Valerie Sutton, and I received a question. How do I write sign writing on the web? Or how do I register signs or write signs and post them on the web? Well, you can write by hand, by the way, and that I did in the beginning of sign writing, of course, before software was developed. And there are lessons in sign writing handwriting on the web under the lessons section in signwriting.org. I taught that course, and it was really wonderful. People learned how to write by hand by just doing it. If you wonder how to do it, is there a skill? The best thing is to just do it. You look at a document that's already been perhaps typed by a computer. That's okay, but then you can practice by writing what you see. And we write down the page, and you just write one symbol after the other, down, and you will see you will get good at writing by hand. But if you want to write by computer, I would suggest that we have some beautiful computer programs that you can use. Both today and yesterday, there's an enormous history of software development for writing, sign writing on the web. And that is one of the reasons why sign writing spread to over 60 countries, is because we really do have beautiful software, and we owe a debt of gratitude to every software developer that has worked with us. Thank you to Richard Gleaves, who developed the SignWriter computer program. It started out on the Apple IIe and then went to the Apple IIc, and then it went to SignWriter DOS, which was the MS-DOS. So the SignWriter computer program was the first word processor, or I say sign language processor, in the world. We created a way to be able to write sign writing And in those days, we weren't on the web yet. That was before the internet. This was in 1986. Richard Gleaves worked on the development of the SignWriter computer program from 1986 to 1996. And in those 10 years, we did finally get on the internet in 1996. Our first website was posted in September 1996, and within just a month, Antonio Carlos da Rocha Costa, a professor from Brazil, came and visited me in La Jolla, California, and we were writing sign languages together because of the internet. Put out the information, and thank you, Antonio Carlos, for coming to visit me. And it is pretty remarkable that you also developed SW Edit, which is a program that was used in Brazil for quite some time. But the SignWriter computer program was used all over Brazil in the beginning, with Mariana Stumpf, the first sign writing teacher in Brazil, who was a student of Antonio Carlos da Rocha Costa, and then of course Janice de Quadros came to visit me, and she also helped with everything. Just so you know, the SignWriter computer program at that time had 17 keyboards for writing 17 different finger spellings from 17 different sign languages. And people were ordering the computer program all over the world before we even had the internet, so they were doing it right directly on their MS-DOS computer. And then the world changed, and MS-DOS started being sort of moved over here, and people started using the Macintosh and Windows. So on the Macintosh, we developed something called SignBank 1 and 2, and that was by Michael Agawa. And then later, a new SignBank was developed in the FileMaker Pro program for Apple, and it was done by a programmer named Todd Duell. Thank you, Todd Duell, for SignBank. And then in 1996, when Richard Gleaves moved on to Qualcomm, a programmer named Rich Cadle developed the SignWriter DOS program further to work with Java. So we called it the SignWriter Java program. And it got mostly finished, but not completely. But thank you, Rich Cadle. And that SignWriter Java program is still downloadable on the SignWriting site. And so is the MS-DOS SignWriter DOS program if you use DOSBox. And then we also had new developments after that. For example, SignWriter Tiger by Daniel Noel. And that was funded in Europe by Ingvild Roald and other wonderful countries. Thank you for your help. And that program only got partially finished. These are very hard programs. We had a SignWriter Python. Can you imagine all these programs? They're lovely. By a man named Majewski, Lars Majewski. Thank you, Lars. And then in 2004, we met Steve Slavinsky, and Steve developed SignPuddle, and we had 1, 2, and now we're in 2, SignPuddle 2. But then he also developed a SignPuddle 3, and then Steve also developed FSW. That's important, where we can use ASCII symbols to actually write sign writing. And he also developed SWU for putting sign writing symbols into Unicode. Then there was Michael Everson, who worked with all of us to get sign writing into Unicode, and it is because of Steve going to the Unicode meetings that we were able to get sign writing into Unicode 8. It never got finished properly, and that's why Steve has done such a great job to develop something further called SWU. And then there's Jonathan Duncan, who gave us, wow, so many things. There's SignWriter Studio, was a program on Windows only, on the actual computer, but not on the internet. But you can download it still on our websites. Thank you, Jonathan. And Jonathan also gave us apps and other programs like the Quick Sign Editor, where on the web you can actually type in connection with another program by Steve Slavinsky called SignMaker 2017. So the list of programs go on. I want to thank Jonathan for the app, the SignWriter's SW app, and I want to thank Steve Slavinsky for his ongoing development of the sign writing web components that give other software developers a chance to develop their own websites using SignWriting. And I want to thank Amit Moriosov for developing a way to do essentially Google Translate. I'm hoping in time that will happen, where it's very hard, but they're developing it. So working with Steve with his SignWriting web components to try to get it so that we can actually use Google Translate for SignWriting and spoken languages, just like we use it for spoken languages right now. So you can see there's a huge amount of people who are using SignWriting with computers. So how do you register signs on the web? I'm telling you right now, take a course from Carlos Christian on the web. He's on lesson 9 tonight. This is November 20th, 2023. Or you can learn all the other lessons 1 through 9, in which Carlos, in Portuguese and Libras with interpreters that are really skilled, shows how to use SignPuddle 2. And the class is just a wonderful course with people responding and all the messages on the side, you know, and I come in and say, hi everybody, and that's what we do. So if you want to learn SignPuddle 2 and you know Portuguese or Libras, I highly suggest Carlos Christian's course on how to use SignPuddle 2. I can send you those links. You can write to me at any time, Sutton@signwriting.org.
There certainly were a lot of programmers developing SignWriting.
Well, we should have talked more about yours, Steve. I'm sorry. But after doing so many videos, and they were long, if you remember, I was trying to do a synopsis. There's so many programs.
Yeah, there was also Yair with the Wikipedia.
You're right. Just think about all the things that I forgot or didn't talk about. So you're right. Later we'll have to post and then put more history down underneath.
Yeah, and thanks to Todd Duell with SignBank working with you on the sorting. We still have that to this day.
Oh, we should do a video later together on this issue. Are we on right now? I don't know, but
Yep, we are live. Telling everybody what's up.
maybe later we could do another video and just add it to the posting on the World Wide Web to show the history of the software. I think that's a good idea. Okay, so I think that's 4 questions. Now 5, 6, and 7.
Yep,
they're
now number 5.
a little bit shorter now. I had becoming tired.
All right, and
Conte-nos sobre suas primeiras publicações em língua de sinais.
Hello, my name is Valerie Sutton, and I have a question from a viewer. They want to know about my early publications in SignWriting, or what were the early books that were in SignWriting or teaching SignWriting. It's a very good question, but boy, it's a big answer, because SignWriting is going to be 50 years old in 2024. And in these 50 years, there have been a great many publications. Thank goodness we are very blessed to have those publications. When I first started writing sign languages at the University of Copenhagen in 1974, I was specifically writing Danish Sign Language. And so we have a few documents from that time. So if you're asking what the early publications were, the word early is the problem, because those early research documents were very much research. And until I started working with deaf people and had teams of beautiful native signers working with me in the 1980s, I personally was not a signer, so it looked like a researcher who was trying to publish sign language written, because at that time I was a dancer and I had invented a movement writing system, and for me, I was observing movement I was looking at a stage of dancers or other people doing movement, and I was writing what I saw, and I saw people facing me. So, and also when you write on video, you know, you're looking at somebody facing you. So I was writing what I saw on video that I was given by researchers at the University of Copenhagen. So in the beginning, in the 70s, the SignWriting publications were all what they call receptive. We were facing the person on the page, and the writing was facing us, like there was a person standing in front of us. And then in the 1980s, after we were done with the 1970s, and we started working on the SignWriter newspaper, as you know, and we distributed that to the world, and the Danish school system started using SignWriting because of the SignWriter newspaper. We went from writing receptive, where we were facing the reader and the writer, and into doing what we call expressive, because we had a big meeting of our deaf staff in the 1980s. They were distressed because they found out that they wanted to write expressively. So the writing system changed. So that changed all of our publications. So to answer your question, what were our early publications like? They were all receptively written, and they were based on videos, and they looked a little bit more like dance writing from the waist up. It was like we were writing signs in relationship to movement writing, rather than to the feelings of the deaf people themselves, who, after all, are writing their own language now. So when I handed the deaf community the SignWriting tools and just said, write with it, apply it to your language, some of them demanded a meeting with me to say, we want to change to expressive, please, where we feel what we write, and we're writing from our own perspective, so we see our own hands, and we're not facing a person. We are the person expressing ourselves. We're facing ourselves. We can feel ourselves. So even facial expressions were not something in front of you. They were things that you were feeling on the face. That change to expressive was one of the biggest events we had, because every single textbook we had to be changed from receptive to expressive. So when you ask, what about those new publications in 1970? Well, we had the Danish deaf sentences from the research project in a book, and there was writing of a deaf person on a South Pacific island in a book, and there were other beautiful dance writing books that came out in the 1970s, and the research project at the University of Copenhagen, where I had been exploring writing hearing persons' gestures. And then in the 1980s, when I started teaching the school system in Denmark, the books that came out there were all Danish Sign Language, and they were also facing us in receptive. But by 1984, so in the middle from 1982 to 1988, when we were working with the Danish school system, right in the middle there in 1984 is when we changed over to expressive, and it was a big change for everybody. So the SignWriting system went through a major evolution, and that was good. And the result was a whole series of new publications that came out. There is the SignWriting Basics Instruction Manual. There is the Lessons in SignWriting textbook, which started in 1990 and went on for years, changed forever. It just got its newest version in 2023 as an ebook, which is outstanding. And we also have the hand shapes of the International Signwriting, ISWA 2010, got recorded in books. So what I'm trying to say is that as signwriting evolved, the books evolved. And so to ask what the earliest books are is more an exploration of our history than to say, what should we use now? What do you want to use? Well, I would suggest some of these books over here. And look at a beautiful one from Brazil back there. I think I know who did that. So I'd like to thank you all for asking about the books, but I would like to point out that as the signwriting system evolved, so did the books evolve. And what you need to learn today is with the most recent up-to-date books, because the very early books were more like movement writing, looking at sign languages for the first time and just learning how to skill our viewpoints to understand what's important to deaf people and the language that they love.
All right.
Yeah, they're getting shorter. But I want to thank everyone for making such beautiful videos. The interpreting from Hopkins and Adams, just wonderful. Thank you. So we have, I think, 2 more.
We have 2 more. Question number 6 coming up.
Qual o impacto para o sistema Sutton SignWriting ao ser incluído como sistema de registro das escritas do mundo?
Hello, my name is Valerie Sutton, and I have the question from someone. What was the response when the SignWriting script was designated as a world script by the ISO? The ISO is the International Standard of Organizations, I think, on the internet, ISO. And they need to have coding for languages to be able to help programmers program with those languages. And there had never been a sign language, I don't believe, with such an encoding. But it is true that SignWriting, the script itself, was given this encoding, a world script, one of the world scripts. That is, of course, an enormous honor. And it is SGNW. You know, SGN stands for sign. W, I'm not sure. SGNW 095, I believe. So how can you learn more about this? Simply go to Wikipedia, the English version of Wikipedia, and type in SignWriting and find the article on SignWriting. And on the right side on the screen, if you're on a computer, of course, in the Wikipedia page about SignWriting, you will find sort of a column where they're discussing this, that SignWriting is one of the world's scripts. And this, we feel, was extraordinarily valuable for our software development, and Steven Slavinsky made the most of it and programmed with it, and it has been extremely valuable for all programs since we were given that status. And it involves Unicode. It's intertwined with the Unicode committee that did put Sutton SignWriting into Unicode as well, and it was partly because we had that world script marking that helped us get into Unicode, is my guess. Or perhaps it was the reason that we got the marking. I have no idea, but I do know that we're greatly honored and listed as one of the world scripts. Thank you for asking. As far as what did it do for us? Well, who is us? Us are people who are writing sign language. And so all sign language users who choose to write it with SignWriting are benefited by the fact that the writing system was acknowledged as a world script, because it can be then compared to other scripts of our globe. And there is a website called Omniglot, if I remember correctly. And because of that, that acknowledgement of being a world script, SignWriting was then compared to Hangul. As you know, that's the name of the alphabetic script from Korea, which was developed by their king in many centuries ago. And it's such a brilliant and fascinating script. And the reason that SignWriting had been compared to Hangul is because Hangul is visually writing certain features of the tongue, I think. I'm not an expert, please forgive, but the point is they called the Hangul writing system featural. That was a term. You can read this on the Omniglot website about Sutton sign writing to understand it better. And Omniglot felt, as other groups do, that sign writing is a featural writing system, meaning we're alphabetic, but we are writing what we see or feel. We are not just writing something abstract. It's connected to something visual or our features, and that's why we're featural. And Hangul was also featural because the tongue, some of the symbols in their writing system is really beautiful, and it shows the mouth and the tongue and the relationship that was needed for writing that particular sound or concept. So that's what happened when we became a world script. We were honored by being compared to other world scripts. Thank you for asking that question. So now we can connect that information about Hangul. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And remember, we just had a presentation by Young Tae Kim, and I want to talk with him, later, and we can connect that video with what he was talking about. We have to do that. Okay, so I think it's one more. Is that the last one? Or
One more. This is going to be the last bit.
woohoo!
All right, and we are about ready.
Quais são as suas expectativas para a escrita de sinais no futuro?
My name is Valerie Sutton, and I was just asked, what are my expectations for the future of the sign writing system? Thank you for that broad question. I must tell you that I spent most of my life not really knowing how long I would be here because I had other problems with health issues. It's no big melodrama, it's just simply true. Every time something happened, instead of feeling fearful or sad, I would just say, well, okay, if that's the way it is, I have my computer, so I can write. And so I wrote sign language. And I believed in the invention because I had seen it work with so many people over the years, so many wonderful deaf people in the deaf community, and so many wonderful native signing hearing people, and so many wonderful hearing teachers who were supportive, all of them chipping in and saying, yes, let's write sign language. And they were really nice to me. They backed me in my ideas, and I felt blessed to be able to do something positive, possibly. We don't know in life what our real path is. Maybe that's just as well. Do you really want to know the future? But there is one thing that I do know. I can feel, and I have felt all my life that there was a master plan for sign writing. For some reason, as soon as I started writing signs at the University of Copenhagen, I got a feeling inside of me that was so profound that I knew that I would never let the idea go. Even when, in the beginning, the very wonderful researchers who hired me were actually against writing it as a language just because they had never thought of the idea, and they only wanted a research tool. They weren't planning to have it something used every day with people who use the language. But over time, it changed. And the world changed too, not just because I was in it, but because the world changed. We all wanted to start writing sign languages. And so it was like I had a family here on the internet. All of you, you're like my family. It's so nice. And you can contact me and I can contact you, and we can even write in sign language together. So what do I think the future of sign writing is? I think that as time goes by, people will get more and more respect for all languages that have written forms. And sign languages are 300 of them. And they all have the potential for a written form because sign writing technically can write any sign language in the world, since it's writing body movement, writing what we see and feel. So, therefore, you tell me what the future expectations of sign writing are. What do you think it can do for you? It can bring you literature. It can bring you information about the world. It can bring respect for your language from people whom you don't know. And it can give you a way to express yourself. And so it is my hope and dream that sign writing will truly build a huge library of literature for the world. And that sign languages will slowly but surely truly be written languages on the internet, in search fields, through animation, and even when you're looking at a video, it could just automatically give you the sign writing captions. I want to thank everybody who works with me. You have given my life great joy, and I hope in return that sign writing can also give all of you great joy. I hope that you'll keep in touch with me, and I know that we have a bright future together. Bye-bye.
Bright future indeed, Val.
And I mean it. I love you all. Thank you for the good questions. They were hard questions to answer because there's so much to talk about. So what do you feel the future is, Steve?
Sign writing is inevitable right now. It is being used and it will continue to be used. We are going to get more tools that can use it. It's just going to be really exciting.
Well, I feel it's exciting also because you are here with me and everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for all that you've done, because without you, it couldn't spread on the World Wide Web. We really appreciate everything you're doing. So thank you for today. This was a long day for a lot of people, I'm sure. And I just wanted to express also my thanks to, I guess, Hobens or Rubens and Steve, of course, and Adam. And thank you for making those videos possible that you just saw, because that was a lot of work to put that all together with 4 languages, if you count the captions. And also there were other people involved. So I want to thank you for that. And I see on some of the people who are talking, just want you to know that we're going to plan to be adding interpreting and making your presentations more possible on the World Wide Web. This was a very fast symposium, which we put together really fast, don't you agree? And we didn't have all of the presentations until maybe the last night before we started. So it's just life. Anyway, thank you for today. And I think tomorrow, you want to tell us about tomorrow a little bit?
Oh, tomorrow is going to be all about software. We're going to start out with Amit, and he's going to be talking about some amazing integrations that he's doing with machine learning and translation and video. It's everything that he's doing is fascinating.
Working on beautiful things. And then there's another presentation by Lexicon. Do you know that one?
It's talking about the Google Docs for sign writing.
About the Google Docs for sign writing. And then you, Steve, have the last presentation, which is very important. So if all of you want to know what's happening in the software world, you have to take a look tomorrow, okay? So we'll see you tomorrow in the morning, and I look forward to it. And thank you for today, everyone. Thank you.